情報提供者から知らせがあったわ。うん、どうやらまた新たな変数が現れたようね。
いざ参ろう。
今こそ出陣の時。
キャラバン宿駅か。初めてここに来たのっていつだったっけ。あ、そうだ、ナヒーダの意志。いつの間にかこの平和がずっと続いて、もうナヒーダがトラブルに遭わないといいな。もしかしてお前の体質のせいか。お前ってトラブル体質なんじゃないのか。おい、おいらはお前に会うまでは全然こんなじゃなかったぞ。せいぜいクタクタに疲れた時に変な渦のせいで海の中に引きずり込まれて、とにかくナヒーダのためだと思って、オイラたちも
こんなところで会うとは思わなかったぜ。あんたら本当にいろんな場所をブラブラするのが好きなんだな。
あ、リシアだ。っておいおい、オイラたち別にブラブラするのが好きってわけじゃないぞ。いつもやってるのは真面目なことだし、まあいいや。
さっきまで砂漠で遠くからあんたらを見てたが、何か真面目な話をしてたみたいじゃないか。私にも聞かせてくれよ。マジか。そいつは驚いたぜ。まあんたらはもともと旅人なわけだしな。ひとところに落ち着けないってのはわかる。でも今後は今日みたいに、そうだ、傭兵仲間たちと一緒に。いやいや、
気持ちだけ受け取っておくぜ。
そうか。それでいつ出
待てよ、まだす
今思えば。
でもナヒーダにも挨拶し、確かにな。じゃああいつを。
それじゃあここらでお別れだ。
またな、リシア。 砂と水だらけだったけど、ここはもうフォンテーヌ領内の港みたいだぜ。フォンテーヌってなんか先進的だよな。工業が観光客としてってのも悪くないけど、何か目標を決めた方がいいと思う。そうだな、前もオイラたちに有用な情報。属性の七失星はオイラでも水神ってオイラたちと気が。一国の神について知るならやっぱりその国のやつに聞いた方がいいよな。あそこに話し込んでる。
でも
まさかあんな幕引きになるなんてね。てっきり家族のためにもうちょっと抵抗す。残念ながら
そこの二人何か。
オイラたちフォンテーヌに
劇？
そうだったのか。
実は物語も現実際本当にあったことかどうかなんてどうでもいいの。舞台上で演じられている物語が素晴らしければそれで君たちは外から来た旅人だからそ
れってなんか軽すぎないか。別にお前たちフォンテーヌのルールに文句があるわけじゃないけど、罪人を裁くのってもっと深刻なものって印象があるぞ。
いいのよ、外から来た人はみんなそう考えるから。私たちはただ事件の背後にある感動的な物語を無駄にしたくないだけなの。君たちが心配してる審判は厳粛であるべきってことについては、絶対的な公正性を保つ最高審判官のヌビレットさんがいるから何の問題もないわ。それに神が作った審判マシナリー樹脂裁定カーディナルって二重保険もあるし、冤罪や誤審なんてフォンテーヌにはほとんど無縁なの。
審判マシナリーってもしかしてある種の機械みたいなやつなのか。そうだ、肝心なことを。
そんなの簡単だろう。
普 二人は多分フリーナ様に謁見したいってことなら少し難しくなるわ。かなり
水神って
いやいや、フリーナ様はほとんど国の祭りごとには関与しない。予約が難しいのは単にフリーナ様が人気だからじゃないか。
そうよ。なんたって私たちの神様なんだもの。
人々の神に対する印象が人気者なんておいら初めて聞いたぞ。ちょっとだけ分かってきた気がするぜ。水神はフォンテーヌの大スターみたいな神なんだな。
確かに間違ってはいないが。
ちょっと、私たちの神様。
おっと、確かに。
冗談はよしな。
よし、おかげでいろいろ分かったぜ。ありがとな。とにかく水神に予約しても実際に会えるのはいつにも。何見てるんだ？何かあったのか？まさか海に飛び込もうとしてるわけじゃないよな。ちょっと話しかけに行った方がいいんじゃないか？
ありがとう。
ならいいんだ。
心の中に留めるしかないことも。私はただ小さい頃お兄ちゃんと一緒に遊んでた場所を。
でもお前が
人々はよくフォンテーヌの周りにある水を海とあの小さな丘のことは鮮明にお兄ちゃんはよくあそこではしゃぎ回って砂ぼこりがたくさん舞い上がってた。の空気も太陽の光と海風の香りでいっぱいだった。海は今にも私たちの思い出を飲み込もうとしている。そして私たちをも。
おいらよくわからないぞ。
見ない顔だね。リネットの新しい友達かい？妹を気にかけてくれてありがとう。リネットで昔の思い出を懐しむのが好きでね。心配は自己紹介がまだったんだね。僕はいいね。こっちは妹のリネットだ。見たところ。
おいらはパイモン。さっきまでお前の
そうだったのか。
そうだったのか。オイラと旅人のコンビもお前たちと似てるぜ。いつもオイラだけが喋ってるんだ。そうだったのかよ。
私もお兄ちゃんがおしゃべりだって思うことがある。
僕たちに似た者同士みたいだね、パイモン。
あははは。それでさっきリネットが言った海は今にも私たちの思い出を飲み込もうとしてる。私たちをも。
ああ、それか。フォンテーヌにいや、正確には予言とは言えないかも。それはどこから話せばいいか。そうだ、この件はまた今度話そうよ。僕たちまだ。
さっきの自己紹介だけじゃ足り。
こんにちは、旅人。それからこんにちは、パイモン。
おい、なんでオイラとは握手じゃない。
気にしないで。フォンテーヌにおける交友のマナーだとでも。
そうなのか。そういえばオイラたち歌劇。
クリーナ様に会うのかい？いいよ。ちょうど僕も歌劇場に行くつもりだったんだ。僕についてきて。 君たちフリーナ様に会いたいって言ってたけど、あ、
あれが水神なのか？なんでオイラたちが来ることを知ってたんだ？
止める者も貧しき者もグロシを持つ者も持たざる者も杯を掲げよう。グロシがない者は代わりに腕を。諸君らの見ての通り、見知らぬ旅人が我らの国を訪れた。さあ彼らに祝福を。遠路はるばるやってきた旅人とその仲間のために祝杯をあげようじゃないか。
おい、オイラたちのことか？
君たち二人がいくつかの国を派手に荒らしてきたことはもう耳にしているよ。だがそれでも歓迎しよう。恐れなど小物が抱く感情だ。僕は神としてそんこたびの謁見は僕の力と権力を仰ぎ尊んでもらうためのものだ。ようこそ水の国へ。君たちの旅の価値と意義を
オイラもまだ状況が分かってないぞ。それにこの水神、前置きもちょっと聞きたいんだけど。
うん、君たち狂人が凡庸な考えを持ってしまうことは十分に理解できる。しかし神の中にも平凡な神と優秀な神がいるというのを忘れないでほしい。君たちが僕の才能に驚くのも無理はない。今一度自らを見つめ直すべきじゃないか。君たちが本当に神と会話できるほどの人徳と礼儀を兼ね備えているのかどうかについてね。僕からすれば君たちの情報を得ることなんて指を動かすのと同じで、これ以上ないくらい簡単なこと。
うわ、めちゃくちゃ
おやおや、なんだいその目は。
こんなところで二人はもしかしてあの
何フリーナ様がいらっしゃったって？
そりゃそうさ。なんたって異教より訪れる金髪の
おお、そいつは楽しみだ。
いかにも。しかしそう焦らん。これは褒美だと思ってくれ。君
いきなりやり合うのか？なんか展開が早すぎるような。
君は恐れを感じないのか？これは神との対決なんだぞ。
何をする気だ、旅人。民の前で神を愚弄するつもりか？
古本。気にするな、クロリンで。神に向かって剣を抜ける。だが残念だ。この時代の人々は。
確かに言われてみりゃ殴り合いの対決だ。
エリニュス島の犯罪者たちもしょっちゅう決闘を通して自分の名誉を守りたがるし。
そうだろう。であれば
おお、そうい
ああ、こっちのホームはフォンテーヌなんだ。
なんでそこまでそれに法廷で対決するって言ったって何をするんだ？
君たちに審判を下すフォンテーヌの法律において、月始めの3日間はいかなるものであろうとフォンテーヌ。
おお、確かにそうだった。
それのどこが明白なんだ？
そうだとも。異論がないなら水神の名において。
申し訳ございません、フリーナ様。空気を壊すようではありますが、そのパイモンは飛行物体に入っ。
そうだぞリネ。
おお。
ちょうど慣習も揃っていることですから。
ゃじゃーん。
オイラの背中にいつの間にこんな細工を。
見ての通りパイモンは気球のようなものに分類されるべきです。
それってまず
なんつったらいいか。それじゃあ
素晴らしい、実に素晴らしいよリネ君。
演出
であれば審判の剣はだが、審判の異国の神であろうと僕は裁くこと。それではリネ君にリネット君、君たちの次のパフォーマンスを楽しみにして。
もう行っちゃったぞ。なんかよくわからない神だったな。質問する暇もなかったし、話はまた今度だな。さっきのあんな雰囲気じゃ。
大したことじゃないよ。たまたまそんな法律があることを知っててね。君たちのためにこれでフリーナ様がどんな神なのか分かった。
時々わけがわからなくなるけど、一応は理屈が通じる。
ところでリネ、お前って
単にちょっとしたトリックが見せられるだけさ。けど実はフォンテーヌ最高のホールである歌劇場で
あれ？でもそういや
事件の審理がない時は様々な公演が行われるんだ。フォンテーヌじゃもともと審判と公演の境界が曖昧だからね。そうだ、これも何かの縁だし。旅人パイモン、
お兄ちゃんは知り合いが多ければ多いほどテンションが上がるタイプ。
いいな。どうせしばらくやる。
罪を背負いし人々が海水に飲み込まれるまで、人々は皆海の中に溶け、水人は自らのカムクラで涙を流す。そうして初めてフォンテーヌ人の罪は洗い流される。
めちゃくちゃネガティブな予言だな。なんで
人々もいろいろと想像を巡らせててね。一説には別の説ではけどフォンテーヌでは
フォンテーヌ人ですら
初めはみんなそう考えてたよ。でもここ数年フォンテーヌの海面が実際に上昇し始めたんだ。
すでに多くの場所が。
それらの説を信じず、ただの自然現象だって考えてる人も多い。少なくとも海の近くに住んでる人は沈む前に引っ越すべきだ。これはマジック道具で
なるほど、転ばなす
なあ。さて手伝っ
行こう。
それ君た
お前は予言を信じ。
いや信じてるよ。物語によれば人々は陸上だから
おお、
ああ分かった。
君はかの有名な金髪のマジックポケットか。それじゃ受け取っ。
いざ風の行く先を。行こ
これ別にいらないよ。 たとえ予言が本物だとしてもみんなを飲み込むほどになる。人は今を生きないと。
それでもやっぱり受け取ってくれよ。万が
分かったよ。ありがとう。私はただ引っ越すことは今の生活を捨てるのと同じだと思って、それが嫌なんだよね。
それもう全部配り終えたのかい？どうだった？みんな自分なりの考えを持ってたでしょ？ああ、でも災害。
それでまだ他にやることはあるか？
あとはもう最後の一つ。実はマジックポケットはフォンテーヌ邸にある工房のオーナーが作ってくれてるんだ。
材料集めだな。
うん、君たちがいて行こう。いいさ。
ロマリタイムフラワーを積むには水元素力を使わないといけないみたいだな。
さすがはプロの旅人。仕事が早いね。こっちもいくつか積んでこれたよ。ほら、リネットもちょっとは手伝ってよ。
無理。今日は省エネモードだから。じゃないと歌劇場での公演で元気出ないかも。
はあ、分かったよ。まだ公演まで時間はたっぷりあるんだけどね。とりあえずことは全部済ませたからフォンテーヌ邸に戻らない？
歌劇場に行く前にフォンテーヌ邸に行くのか？フォンテーヌの大都市フォンテーヌ邸、ちゃんと見ておかないとな。
し、待った。見て、あの子。あっちの女の子。
あの女の子がどうかしたのか？オイラは別になんとも思わなかったけど。
いや、明らかにスリだよ。実はマジシャンの手法は泥棒と似たところがあってね。どっちも人に見つからない前提で彼女の動きをよく。
あ、本当だ。
静かに。彼女を捕まえる方法を考えよう。かなり警戒してるみたいだから二手に分かれて行動した方がいい。君たちはあっちのリフトから上に先回りして、もし逃げて。よし、それじゃあ行くよ。
リネが言ってたのってここだよな。あ、見ろ、あいつじゃないか。まずい、気づかれたか。違う方向に走ってったぞ。どうしよう、追いかけるか。そうだな。もしかしたなんかなんにも進展がないけど、リネのやつ泥棒を捕まえられたかな。お、行こうぜ。
ここから出発したらどれくらいかかるんだっけ。
この世を渡り歩くにはより多くの身分を持った方が便利だ。君にもいくつか作ってあげようか。急がなくてもいいのよ。
他になくなったものはないかい？
いや、大丈夫だ。助かった。全然気づかなかったぜ。それじゃ俺はこれで。本当にありがとな。
は、取られたものはリネが取り戻したのか。
ああ、でも残念ながら泥棒は捕まえられなかった。あの子、物を捨てて僕の注意を引いてね。その隙に一瞬で消えたんだ。
その子が消えた大体の方向は見てたよ。でもあの時お兄ちゃんが足をくじいて。
怪我したのかリネ。
大したことじゃない。ちょっとくじいただけさ。もう大丈夫。
お兄ちゃん善良でいるのはいいけど。
ごめんごめん。はあ、それにしま、少なくとも物は取り戻せたし。
そんなにすごくこれに乗ってフォンテーヌ邸に行くのか。なんか先進的。
これは純粋船だよ。フォンテーヌのすべての用地をつないでるんだ。これが結構便利でさ。まあ道中の景色はほとんど変わらないから、ずっと乗ってるとちょっと退屈かも。だからこそ君たちみたいな友達と一緒に。
つまりお兄ちゃんは私と一緒にいても退屈。
いやいや、そんなことないよ。それにリレットと一緒にいるときはなんだか旅っていう。
そう。
どこの兄ちゃんも
そろそろ時間だ。早く船に乗ろう。
旅人パイモン、シャルロット。まさか純粋船で君たちに会えるなんて。どうしてフォンテーヌに。君たちがフォンテーヌに来るなんて聞いてなかったわ。 ひひ、すごい偶然だな。オイラたちみたいに旅するやつはいろんな場所に行くから、オイラたちがフォンテーヌに来るのを誰も知らなくてもしょうがないぜ。まあ水神がどうやって知ったのかわからないけど。あ、そうだ、この2人はさっき知り合った友達なんだ。
紹介は結構よ。かの有名な魔術師のリネさんにその妹兼女子、このお二人のことすら知らなかったら記者なんてとっくにやめてるわよ。はじめましてね、私はスチームバード新聞社の記者シャルロット。
はじめまして。スチームバード新聞社の記者だったんだね。君たちの新聞社には以前僕たちの公演の宣伝でいろいろと世話になったよ。
お会いできて光栄です。
みんな顔見知りだし、なんだか一気にフォンテーヌに馴染めた気がするぜ。そうだ、シャルロットは最近何してたんだ？また何かビッグニュースでもあったのか？
最近はまあまあかな。ニュースの素材がないときは歌劇場で最近審理された事件とかを報道してるわ。同じ内容でも報道の仕方さえ工夫すれば読者の目を引くものになる。例えば詐欺師がいかに女の子の気持ちをもてあそんだかとか、金融犯罪の犯人が過去にパン1枚で5日間も食いつないだ経験とかね。はあ、そうなのよ。さすが分かってるわね。私が追い求めてるのは独占的かつビッグな長寿。あ、そうそう、実はある事件を。
連続少女失踪事件のこと。
ええ、これはフォンテーヌで最も謎に包まれていて、もし連続少女失踪事件が解決した時、一番に記事を完成させてスチームバード新聞社の一面を飾ることができれば、同業者はみんな涙を流して嫉妬するでしょうね。その時のために。
連続少女失踪事件。
そうよ、1件目に起きた少女失踪事件はなんと20年前まで遡るわ。あの年代から現在まである一定の間隔を空けて少女が失踪。さらに恐ろしいことに、その間に容疑者として逮捕された人も結構いるけど、逮捕からほどなくして事件は繰り返し発生した。ええ、その可能性も十分あるわ。何にせよ全ての事柄には確かな真実があると私は信じてる。
僕もそう思うよ。少なくとも失踪した少女の家族には真実を知る権利がある。想像したことがあるよ。もしリネットが行方不明になったらってね。
想像だけであってほしいものね。
そろそろ着くんじゃないか？見ろよ。
とても楽しかったわ。やっぱりこういった小さなサプライズこそ生活に欠かせないものね。
オイラたちも楽しかったぜ。気づかないうちに着いちゃったな。
この後まだ取材があるの。そろそろ時間だから失礼するわね。
またな、シャルロット。
ええ、機会があったらぜひスチームバード新聞社まで遊び。
記者の仕事って大変そうだな。
その もしよかったら先に僕たちの。
もちろんいい。
しっはっ。いいさ。
ここが僕たちの仮住まいさ。あ、フレミネ、いたのか。みんなはどこ？この2人をみんなに紹介したいんだけど。
リネット、みんなはさっき出かけたよ。
そうか。まあお父様がそろそろ帰ってくる時期だからみんな忙しいだろうね。仕方ない。ああ、2人とも。この子は僕の弟でフレミネだ。すごく腕のいい潜水士なんだよ。
こんにちは。
こんにちは。オイラはパイモンで、こいつは旅人だ。潜水士の弟がいるなんて
そのリネ、ちょっとこっちに。
ん？どうしたの？何か話でもあるのかい？そうか、分かったよ。
何かあったのか？
いや、なんでもないよ。家事とかそういう話。そうだフレミネ、旅人と一緒にマジックポケットの材料を集めたんだけど、そっちはどうだった？
うん、僕も水中でいっぱい取ってきた。ちょうど渡そうと思ってたところ。
さすがだね。やっぱり水中の方が効率がいいか。じゃあ急いで工房に送り届けよう。
雨が降ってきたみたい。
ほんとだな。今の今まで晴れてたのに。フォンテーヌの天気って変なの。
仕方ない仕方ない。歌劇場で審判がある日はいつもこんなにわか雨が降るんだ。安心してすぐに止むから。
フレミネ、どうしたんだ？
僕はあの伝説を信じてる。フォンテーヌにはかつて水の竜王がいた。今はどこにいるかわからないけど、その水竜が涙を流すと空から雨が降るって。小さい頃母さんに言われたことがある。雨が止んで欲しかったら空に向かってこう叫べばいい。水竜、水竜、泣かないで。
も もし本当に元素竜ならそういった不思議な力があってもおかしくないけど。おいらも試してみるか。水竜泣かないで
何も起きないね。やっぱり伝説は伝説か。
お兄ちゃん、ロマンのわかる魔術師になればもっと人気になれるかもよ。
そうだね。もしかしたら知り合いでもない僕たちから慰めを受けても別に気分は良くならないってだけかも。今日の雨は結構降ったね。もうこんな時間か。まずいな。
何かやることがあるのか？
ああ、歌劇場でやる公演の準備だよ。どうにか今日の純粋船の最終便までには間に合わせないと。公演当日は純粋船でエリニス島に来て、歌劇場はその島にある。リネットが歌劇場前の噴水広場まで迎えに行くから。
もう行く？
どうしたんだいフレミネ。今ちょっと急いでて。あ、そうか。マジックポケットの材料を届けに行くのが恥ずかしいんだね。旅人、悪いけど頼まれてくれないかな。これらの材料をボーモント工房のオーナーまで届けてほしいんだ。フレミネはちょっとシャイなところがあってね。あそこのオーナーはおしゃべり好きだから、フレミネも昔から苦手みたいで。
いいぜ。オイラたちが言ってやるから安心しろ。
本当にごめんなさい。僕のせいで。この恩は必ず2人に返すね。
恩だなんてそんなガチガチに考えなくていいぞ。オイラたちもどうせついでだからな。
これほど美しき景色を見ればおのずと旅がしたくなるものであろう。
はっ、行こう。いいさ。
それよっはっ。
オーナーいるか？オーナー。
おや、見慣れない顔だね。何がお望みだい？買い物、製造依頼、それと
材料を届けに来たんだ。ほら、
ああ、マジックポケットだね。もういくつも注文が入ってるから一目で分かったよ。いや、もう私も商売で苦労してるだろうからそのままの金額でいいって聞かなくてね。まったく。
リネたちってお金持ちだったのか。
よくは知らないけど。
そういえばオーナー、ここの工房っていつもこういう機械で物を作ってるのか？
機械でやれるなら手を使う。
じゃあこんなでっかい機械一体何で動かし。
そうだね。あんたたち簡単に言いや、フォンテーヌ人が普段使ってるエネルギーは基本的に立正混合エネルギー、つまり審判で生まれたエネルギーから来てるのさ。
ンからエネルギーが生まれるのか？どういう原理だよ。
私も具体的には説明できないけど、大雑把に言うと、法廷で審判が行われる時、ユシ最低カーディナルが人々の正義に対する信仰を集め、それをエネルギーに転換して全フォンテーヌのために使うってなもんかね。
ユシ最低カーディナル、確か神が作った審判マシナリーだっけか？そんな機能もあったのかよ。でもまだよくわかんないぞ。信仰みたいにふわっとしたものをどうやって機械のエネルギーに変えるんだよ。あ、つまり水神はこういう機械を使って信仰から生まれる力をエネルギーに変えて全フォンテーヌのために使ってるってことか。
あんたらの言う概念、それから立証生産過程では神の力に頼らなくていいんだけど、不安定なエネルギー。
仕事ほったらかしてまた雑談かオーナー。俺も混ぜてくれよ。
なんだってまたここに？あんたらカブリエル商会から借りた金は
来月を待たずして逃げられるってこともあるだろう。今日は
あんたら。
どうやらこの工房経営状況が良くないみたいだな。もう材料も渡したし。
ちょっと借金の取り立てをする前にまずは自分たちの君たちカブリエル商会が俺たち北国銀行のビジネスを奪うのは別に構わない。でもまさか北国銀行に不良債権を残していくなんてね。おっと、
北国銀行のもんか。来月。
お、旅人おちびちゃん、まさかフォンテーヌで会えるなんて思ってもなかったよ。
オイラたちもまさかお前がここにいるなんて思わなかったぞ。なんでスネージナヤを離れてフォンテーヌにまで来てるんだ？
話すと長くなるけど、実は君たちに会えたのはどう考えたってこの先の日々がぐんと面白くなるに決まってる。
オイラたちお前の言う面白さは別に好きじゃないんだぞ。旅はやっぱり順調じゃないとな。そうだろ旅人。
おい北国銀行の男、こっちを無視するな。
邪魔しないでくれるかな。旅人と会える機会なんてめったにないんだ。君たちはそこで待つといい。
貴様、借金の取り立てに来たのはそっちの方だろうが。小僧、お望み通り今すぐ金を返してやる。
邪魔するなって言ってるのに。あ、そうだ旅人、前に
おい、図に乗るなよ野郎ども、そいつを始末しろ。
はあ、話をする暇もくれないとはね。まあいい、北国銀行からは客に手出しをするなって言われてるけど、君たちからかかってくるなら正当防衛だ。二人とも俺のために証人になってくれよ。
まあお前ならい
さてはっはっ、隙を見せるのはほんの。
なんだお前は。強すぎるにも程がある。
今さら気づいても意味ないよ。北国銀行が君たちの手に負えない相手だってことだけ。お？
スキやれ。
妙だな。わからない。手を出そうとした瞬間、水元素力が急に言うこと。
そんなことってあるのか？神の目の制御を失う。
まあいいや。過度に神の目の元素力に頼れば鋭さを失ってしまう。 それに俺には邪眼もあるしね。
それでタルタ
ああ、それは最近気分が下がってたからかな。
なんだよその理由。
もしかしたら俺も自分のことをあんまり近頃体の内に何かの力がうずくような気がしてね。それになぜ
もしかしてさっきの神の目の不具合もその力と関係してるんじゃない？
確かにそうかもしれない。そうだな、今の力はほとんど彼女は口数。どうして俺を弟子に。俺が奴を。
やつってなんだ？お前は何を呼び覚ましたんだよ。
それが師匠は夢の中で俺は
クジラ？そういえばなんか
あの夢を見た時から。
だからってそれを自分の技に入れたのかよ。なんで師匠に直接。
そんな簡単に言わないでくれ。あの件以来俺がスカーク師匠とあの深淵の捜索をやめたことは。探し続けてもう何年も経つのに。
うわー、なんか階段みたい。
ああ、手が。おっと、いつの間にか話し込んじゃった。
また北国銀行の。
いや、個人的な用事さ。最近暇な時にフォンテーヌの決闘代理人たちと。
決闘代理。
ああ、フォンテーヌじゃ容疑者が法廷に出向く前、名誉を守るためのチャンスとして公式のでも決闘代理人は国中の精鋭たちから選び抜かれた強いやつらだから、この行為は命を懸けて名誉を守ることの象徴とされてるんだ。勝てば。そして最悪の場合、フォンテーヌには死刑が存在するという噂だけど、本当に死刑に処された人はまだいないらしい。だからどうしても受け入れられない。じゃあ
本当にその方法で。
それはそれに決闘代理人も伊達にその任についてるわけじゃない。これこそ俺がフォンテーヌに来てすぐにそいつらと手合わせした理由さ。今日のクロリンでは噂じゃ決闘代理人の中でも最強らしい。ずっと挑発し続けてやっと。
お前な。それにしてもクロリンでって。
そうだ、これは君たちが持っててくれ。
お前の神の目じゃないか。適当すぎるだろう。
この神の目がさっきみたいな状況になって決闘に影響したらつまらないだろう。だからいっそ持たないことにした。それに旅人に預かってもらいたいだけさ。
な、おいらわかる。タルタリアンのやつ、気が沈むとか言っておきながら結局は相変わらずだったな。これでしばらくやることがなくなったよな。リネたちの公園までにこの街をブラブラしてみようぜ。おお、そうだったのか。まさかずっと存在感のなかった記者が犯人だったなんて。ごめん、びっくりしすぎてうっかり。フォンテーヌの推理小説って謎が明かされる瞬間とかすっごく興奮するぞ。特に今読んでたやつ、お前も買って読んでみろって。ごめんって、これからは気をつけるぞ。あ、それはそうと、そろそろ歌劇場でリネたちの公演を見に行く時間だよな。出発しようぜ。リネのやつ、歌劇場はエリニュス島にあるって言ってたよな。純粋船に乗っていこうぜ。
それ。
エピクレシス歌劇場、すっごい貫禄だぜ。こんなところで公演ができるなんてすごいことだよな。通りでリネのやつあんなに楽しみにしてたわけだ。あれ、あそこの噴水に人が群がってるぞ。
神よ、どうか賢く健康な子供を授けてください。
そんなことどうだっていいわよ。
そうだな。でも僕たち二人の
これフォンテーヌのしきたりなのか。どうしたんだ。え、何か聞こえたのか。
この噴水はルキナの泉といって、フォンテーヌのすべての水が。
リネット、びっくりしたぞ。
お兄ちゃんが噴水。
それは覚えてるけど。
ここは人が多いから当然でしょ。
脅かすなよ。
そう、確かにあなたにそれは幻聴なんかじゃない。あなたの水元素の感知力が強すぎるせいで起こったこと。
水元素の感知力？でも
あなたはいつな。答えて。
悲しい時とかか？
ならあなたにも理解できるはず。さっきルキナの泉はフォンテーヌのすべての水が交わる場所だと言ったでしょう。つまり大地に落ちた涙も、あなたが聞いた声も、もしかしたら誰かの涙の強烈な感。
それでそいつはなんて言ってたんだ？
その人よりも普段は余裕そうに構えてるけど、本番前はいつもすごく緊張するの。
そうなのか？
風よ、それ
やっぱり約束を守ってくれたね。旅人。
からかうなよな。ずっと楽しみにしてたんだから、お前の公演を見逃すわけないだろ。
そうみたいだね。こんなに早くついてくれるくらいだからちょうどよかった。まだ観客も入ってないし、せっかくだから君たちに最高の席を用意しよう。チケットを取ってくるから待ってて。歌劇場は昔から指定席制でね、事前登録が必要なん。わあ、
一番前の。
なんてことないさ。遠慮なく。
おーい、リナさん、ちょっとこっちに来てくれないか？
ああ、舞台道具の配置にちょっと問題があるみたいだ。 アシスタントのコーエルが呼んでるからちょっと見てくれよ。
おいらたち。
いざ。はっ。手元に葉があるのなら拙者が草笛で一曲奏でよう。しっ。風の流れる方へ。参る。
座席番号は、あ、この辺だよな。座ろうぜ。おい、旅人。隣の人にちょっと話しかけた方がいい。お前。
すまない。この雰囲気に気づかなかった私の落ち度だ。必要な時は気が。
聞こえてたのか。耳がコソコソしちゃって失礼なことしちゃったぜ。そうだ。お前もこんなに早くに。
友達か。もしリナ君が希望するなら喜んで友達になろう。
じゃあ違うってことか。改めてこんにちは。おいらはパイモンで、こいつは旅人だ。
ごきげんよう。あえて光栄だ。二人の噂はかねがね伺っている。マナーにのっとり私も自己紹介をしよ
う。ヌビレットさん、公園に来てくれるなんて本当に光栄です。
何リネ君。
ヌビレット？もしかして。
今話をしてたみたいだけど、この方はフォンテーヌの最高審判官なんだ。ほらあそこ。あのポジションは昔からヌビレットさんのものなんだよ。
そうだったのか。さっきは
気にするな。最高審判官などただの仕事に過ぎない。一人一人に。それからさっきからずっと高所の貴賓席からポーズを決めている奴がいる。君たちの目に初めて映った時に最もかっこいいと思い込んでいる。気づいてやってくれ。でないと落ち込んでしまうだろうから。
うわ水人フリーな。なんかすっごく得意げな表情だな。
それはよかった。彼女のことは気にするな。私たちは公演に集中しよう。
フォンテーヌの水人と最高審判官ってこんな関係なのか。
さて、もう少し。
やっとか。おいら生でマジックショーを見るのなんか初めてだ。すっごく楽しみだぜ。おお、暗くなったぞ。もうすぐ始まるのか。ごめん、気をつけるぜ。
本日はお忙しい中、エピクレシス歌劇場へお越しいただきありがとうございます。本日のパフォーマー、リネです。こちらは僕の妹で最も重要なアシスタントのリネットです。さあ、みんなに挨拶して。
こんにちは。
眠そうに見えますが、こう見えて緊張してるんですよ。
好きに言うといいわ。
皆さん、こう思っていませんか？自由に元素力を使えるならば、ここに約束いたしましょう。私もリネットもすでに神の目を外しました。
なるほどな。いわゆる
もう待ちきれないという皆さんのために早速幕開け。どうか寂しがらないで。少しの我慢ですから。すぐに思いもつかないような形で再び登場し、それから瞬きのタイミングは慎重に選ぶこと。マジシャンの極意は有から無へ、無から有へ、千変万化を成し遂げること。近頃の観客はみんな伝統的なマジックなんてとうにに飽きている。僕が唯一無二であると証明するにはどうすればいい？ここで難題を一つ。注目の中、この水の牢獄から妹の姿を消してみせましょう。そう難しくはない。人を泡に変え脱出させるだけ。道具の点検はあれほどしとけって。蓋が閉まれば空気でさえ出られない。初心者なら大慌てのところだ。幸い舞台にいるのはこの僕。真の実力をお見せしましょう。リネット、まだいるかい？あんまり離れないで。魔力が尽きたらバレちゃう。
ただいま。
私たちに簡単に見破られてしまうくらいなら、彼の技術もまだまだ鍛錬が必要ということ。マジックを鑑賞するときは
確かにな。
ありがとうございます。こちらのパフォーマンスにはご満足いただけましたか？しかしこの不思議な旅はまだ終わりません。転移と消失のマジックはまだまだ進化するんです。皆さん、水槽脱出のマジックはリネットが助手であれば事前に準備する時間は十分にあると。ならば次のマジックはここにいる幸運なお客さんに手伝ってもらいましょう。さあ、魔力に満ちた箱を舞台へ持ってきて。さて、箱は全部で2つあります。1つはここに、もう1つは観客席中央の通路に。勘の鋭いお客さんはすでにお気づきでしょう。そう、次のマジックは入れ替わりです。選ばれたラッキーなお客さんには僕がこちらの箱に入るのと同時にあちらの箱に入ってもらいます。そして1分後、お互いの箱から姿を現してみせましょう。皆さん、僕が細工できないよう視界の箱から絶対に目をそらさないでくださいね。
うわ、どうやってやるんだ？な、リネって本当に魔術が使えるんじゃないのか？
ラッキーなお客さんが誰になるかはこのナンバー抽選機で決めましょう。この機会は完全にランダム。この幸運が誰に訪れるのか僕にだって分かりません。では始めますよ。どれどれ？ああ、第7列3番目のお客さん、おめでとう。直々にこの不思議な1分間を体験できますよ。さあ、彼女をマジック箱のそばへ連れてきてくれるかい？箱の中の空間が狭くてごめんね。でもその代わり緊張がほぐれるよう中は手の込んだ装飾でいっぱいにしてありますから、あなたは何もしなくて大丈夫です。途中で何か不思議な感覚になったとしても絶対に出てこないで。マジックが中断されてしまえばあなたがどこに現れるか僕にも分かりません。気がついたらメロピデ要塞にいたなんてこともある。さて、箱に入る前に皆さんに一つお願いしたいことがあります。どうか60、59、58という風に暗い箱の中では何も見えませんから、皆さんの意地悪はなしですよ。30秒で60回を数え切ってしまわれては僕も困っちゃいますから。
そんなこと言われたら逆に早めに数えたくなるぜ。
おっと皆さん、だいぶ意地悪な表情ですね。60、59、50、60、59、58。そうそう、そのスピードです。
54。ヌビレットは
私は心の中で数えよう。これは身分と性格によるところだ。
そっか、真面目な表情だったから。40、39、38。
リネさん、いるか？準備。
慌てないで。今魔力の方向を確認してるから、どこか変な場所、例えば観客席の。
なんかリネのやつ全然急いでる感じがないよな。何の音だ？な、聞こえたか？25。
どういうことだ？
うっかり装飾を落としちゃってね。直そうとしたんだけど中が真っ暗で。
もう時間がない。装飾なんて気にするな。パフォーマンスの方が大事だ。
それはダメだよ。パフォーマンスに欠陥があってはな。やれやれ、予想外の状況。なんだかカウントダウンがどんどん速くなってきてる気がしますが、いいでしょ。あと十数秒。 準備はほぼ完了。いや、2人の位置を入れ替えるのは大掛かりだね。僕みたいな熟練の魔術師でも1回で成功できるかどうか。ねえねえ、僕は後ろに行けた？箱の中は同じだからわからないや。え？また失敗？ねえ、もう一度。ちょっと待ってて。もう。しまった、今のはなし。じゃじゃーん。なんてことだ。
まさかこれ本当に事故なのか？箱の中には。
公演中止だ。医療スタッフは私についてこい。警察隊は現場を保護し、全ての出演者を抑えろ。過激。
その通りだ。事故なら原因を特定しなければ。
君たちも慌てなくていい。何が起こったのかは不幸なことにマジックボックスにいた人はすでに息を引き取っていた。死者の名はコーエル。舞台上の花火が水槽上部のロープに引火したことが水槽墜落の直接の原因となった。なぜ箱の中にいたのが選ばれた観客でなくコーエルだったのかについては、だが警察隊が捜索したところ、あの少女は蒸発したかのよう。こうなればもう単なる舞台連続少女失踪事件に属する一連の事件。
連続少女失踪。
連続少女失踪事件ってシャルロットが言ってた。
わかった。腕の立つ全能の魔術師リネ君こそが連続少女失踪事件の首謀者じゃ。
どうして僕が？これは完全なアクシ。
全てはマジックショーの最中に起こったことだ。少女が選ばれて消えたことも君のアシスタント。今にして思えば前置きの有から無へ、無から有へは
嘘だろ。でもこいつはずっと舞台上の箱の中からオイラたち、それにこいつは出会った時から連続少女失踪事件の犯人。
言い争いはそこまでだ。フリーナ殿、今の発言はリネ君やその仲間に対する告発と受け取ってよろしいか？
僕はただ彼のことを。告発について話すには時期尚早。
フリーナ様の推理、確かに理にかなっています。
トリックの裏に隠された誘拐と殺害の事実。
古本、その当たり前だろう。見えすいたし。さてそこの異教の旅人よ、君は手を差し伸べるんだろう。なら問題ないね。それがまさかリネ君の助けで引き分けになってしまうとはね。いずれ必ず君との決着はつく。そのクライマックスが遅かれ早かれ。
あいつあの時負けたよな。
よかろう。告発成立だ。旅人フリーナ殿は君を相手として見ている。君はリネ君の味方となって彼を擁護し、分かった。審判は明日歌劇場で執り行う予定だ。双方リネ君と彼の魔術団には 当事者残りの観客は警察隊の確認が取れ次第順番に退出し
一日はあっという間に過ぎゆくものだ。
君たち。
当然だろう。目の前。
そっか、僕もだ。さっきはみんなの前だったが、今は僕たちだけだ。正直に言ってくれていい？そうだね。僕でさえ事情を把握。周りから見れば僕は第一容疑者なんだろうけど、僕からすればこの一件は舞台上の不測の事態が単なる事故だったのかどうかもわからないし、それと選ばれた少女がなぜ突然行方不明になったのかも。このトリックをよく理解している人でも1分以内にそんな細工をするの。
それこそ調査の価値があるぜ。本にも書いてあったぞ。不可能なことは起こりえない。起こったなら必ず可能。街で本を読んでた時、モラはオイラがコツコツ。
かわいい。
よくわかってるじゃん。
君の意とは言っても、君が僕の代理人になってくれて本当に
よろしく。
安心。そうだ、調査の前に一つ聞いていいか？
あれか、トリックの
秘密はもう守れないと思うよ、リネ。
そうだな。これほどの大事件になってしまえばマジックの残念だ。マジシャンにとって待ってもこの秘密が事件の真相を見つけるのにトリックを解説するならここを出ないと。僕たちは警察隊に話してくるから。
それじゃあ行こう。ここにいる観客。おまわりさん、こんにちは。調査に何か
なるほど、あんたがフリーナ様の言ってた異教の旅人だな。先に言っておくが、このトラブルに首を突っ込まない方がいいぜ。ついてくればわかる。死者はコーエル。ミネのアシスタントの一人で入団して間もなかったが、コツコツ頑張ってるってんで、アシスタントの仕事は主に道具の設置や点検、それから舞台上でショーに協力したり雰囲気を作ったりもする。水槽が突然墜落して箱の中にいるコーエルに当たってしまったとこは客席にいたあんたらも見てたはずだ。そこが消せないところなんだ。調査は行われているものの、残念だがこれを見ろ。マジックボックスはちょうど水槽の真下にあり、ロープは花火に燃やされて切れちまってる。事故として見るにはあまりにもできすぎだが、これが入念に計画された事件ならこの配置にも納得がいく。そして
でもあいつに動機なんかないぞ。
あんたらはリネの親友か？
そこまで。
短い付き合いだけでそこまでの信頼を得られ、さらに代理人まで喜んでやらせるとはな。この世に魔術なんてものが存在しないことは知っている。そして魔術師が一番得意なのは、俺はおびただしい数の事件を見てきた。人というのは全ての証拠の中で一番信頼に値しないものさ。すまない、俺はストレートに話しちまうタイプなんだ。もし気になるなら事件現場を調べてみてもいいだろう。何か予想外の収穫を得られる。
The investigation team has some new findings.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you—
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting—
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad So this is the rope that broke— The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant— Wait! Why might you Hello there! What are you investing?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the seats were all booked in advance. So we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide. The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she had— Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all.
Were the victims of—
That's how it seems to us, in any case.
Okay.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen, it is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads.
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh!
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind. I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank—
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems I think someone will be assigned to
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never, from mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, and I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not the...
All merely trifling details. Never mind. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels...
Sounds more like you just don't trust them.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be? See,
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be. Then if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint...
Wait! Since when did we...
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
Sorry, but
no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment.
No, we're not leaving. Were you always guard?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming. So the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post. And we Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Time to go.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and make—
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just—
You've arrived. Who's this? Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. Sorry. And these are my companions. Would you mind?
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every time.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only
So that's how it all worked! Wow!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But
whatever it is.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for... And here's a broken vase! Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, this space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. ascertain the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the
They believe the odds of that are very low. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually...
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice... That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought never let call the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. I mean, what better way to properly think through
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks, if we cannot buy some.
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only... Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that... No need for concern, I merely...
All right then. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third but the...
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the set, nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not through? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice.
They are my specialty, after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be...
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be...
No! Being greedy is one. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait! Even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into...
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. Malus, set up the stove again, if you will.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly.
As you wish,
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your...
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
All right, it's time to... do. Whole good plan. But
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty, but don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you—
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at—
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were in—
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that—
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's—
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean—
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to— Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette at—
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage—
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after— The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the info— Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, what—
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my—
I'm sorry. Yes,
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorney.
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick in that case, my dear audience.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon just knew where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Vitui several times, but our organization is very, very large, and
right now, we want to save people.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details since the truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, you met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. But still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Sorry.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear you.
Of course. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone, which should have been impossible, of course. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you—
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save—
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave—
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh?
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and so Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linney experienced, and what he saw. According to Linney, he left via the vent after entering. Seem. Linney went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth. Linney did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linney did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view.
other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Carol hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time... You're saying that he wasn't?
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear it. This means that when the crime happened, Linny, the same clue you used to disprove his alibi, has now been...
What? To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The deceased's name is Cowl. Linny... Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Could there have been a third person involved? The deceased's name is Halsey is the missing person. The deceased's name is Cowl.
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowl!
Oh, is that...
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. The sound we heard may have come from a clack. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash, but the deceased's name is Cap. It would have been tough for both people to. No one entered or left the. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left. It would have been tough for both. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see.
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that. The sound we heard may have come from a. The deceased's name is Cowl. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence.
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes. If there's a similar...
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality. Must we magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and mystery.
Even so, I trust the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Kalo.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work as such. We believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowl was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are guards. Please continue examining Mr. Linney. It appears...
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The deceased's name is Cowl. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic... The water from the primordial... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else with... The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks. Now it seems like the hook rope would... Lynette was in the magic box on I remember there was something... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else with it. Now it seems like the hook... The water from the primordial...
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Now, It seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Does this not, my dear citizens? My loyal... Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of it?
Oh no! Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen, and I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good Nuub.
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in... What in the...
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think
I understand.
And well...
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me.
that'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin?
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed it. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who—
Hey! No wonder you look familiar! So you were the thief! Linny even mentioned that you were pretty skilled!
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no— I wasn't going to take that lying down. So I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now.
This time, we need to tell the entire... The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lilianne's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed. Lilianne was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time.
And it's having been selected out of the blue, her panic only intensified. Hearing the commotion, Kalo leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lilianne had not dissolved. He did not know that Lilianne was not from Fontaine, but was mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. He tried to force Lilianne back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lilianne came with no way of escaping. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days!
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the...
so that...
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina. Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading? No. I have no further arguments.
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now!
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Kalo, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Kalo thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lilianne was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lilianne. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lilianne, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lilianne's conduct that should still be investigated separate, this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial...
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake!
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but... I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, therefore you would be wise to tell everything...
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean...
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrage. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. I guess. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as for why I'm a Fatus. It's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets, and to my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. Before long, an aristocrat came to me, and
So you went from orphans to nobility just—
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side, but I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either.
It took a while for me to after one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless.
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's law—
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. All I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And the—
So, she don't—
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made— The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm— If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you.
Bye, Linny!
Hey there! What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the high—
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked. Sorry.
Don't say that now.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire. Sorry about that. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if Boss Navi is—
Oh, wonderful.
All right then, let's have—
Time to go.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating.
Oh, don't worry. We have.
In that case, I'll.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rose.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone.
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast.
Oh, true. Very
Speaking of cases...
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel...
If it hadn't happened right in front of us...
Right? Yet it was because...
Ugh. If only that...
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities... It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist, to seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't...
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well...
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to... All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleeping...
That might...
valid point. All right, no more joking around. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know,
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kinda salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, if we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're... Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... Not...
Okay. As for...
Hey, Navia! What...
Oh, Nothing, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready.
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome. In any case,
See ya! People around anymore.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voice?
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be some... Huh? Hang on. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Wait, my memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I... Yes, that is what I was once. I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember, no matter where I went, Vache would go with me. But now, we can... No! The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth. Is that what you call it? It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able...
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? a chance!
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed—
I followed you.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called—
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all—
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this— And what about the—
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I can only conclude that some—
What? Your point being that they're out of speed?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue regardless.
I do not think—
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've got.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we—
I know, she's—
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious. Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal. As such, we're still partners.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you—
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger?
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really?
Yes. All thanks to you, After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I said that the Fanta tasted kinda salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color—
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me—
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh? Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But that's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you—
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the— Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's—
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel?
Well, let's hear— Oh. Vache. Since he saw that young woman, but he never gave testimony, or— Yes, thank you. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we—
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our...
Don't worry, you two. With us around our base...
It's right up ahead, but...
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious, though.
Very good.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue.
Take it easy.
Time to go.
This is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstance...
Well, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profits.
Seems like it's tough times.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when...
Your father... He was the previous...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me...
No. I'll explain it myself. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they called 3 years ago. He was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend him.
Oh no!
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up. Strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he 3 years later, how could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the series.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined.
That's right. I've also tried to... However, I believe that if I must know what really happened, was my father... If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Master Callus did so much good in life, yet... even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident.
Wait! If Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in... People love watching the evil turn over...
But how could... never mind.
There is one other thing.
Oh! Her? Yeah. That's not the sort of...
Miss Clorand has always played. She knew Master Callus beforehand. There was only ever one...
It's not...
Don't worry, Navia.
Afterward, Miss Cloran told... Yes, that is our under...
Oh, Papa. All right. Anyway, that's the information I want. Thanks.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will...
Paimon slept so... Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind.
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yet.
Wait, so you...
How could I after
guess...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder and investigate...
Does that mean what...
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on if the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of Kate. In that case, let's go talk to...
No, it's nothing. The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief just... This place...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care.
See? They've got great...
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the...
No. What I meant to say is...
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird.
We're here today to report and archive some information.
That...
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official...
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice...
Thanks.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only like to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're...
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearance...
Ah, I see. In that case...
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my map.
Traveler, what if it was...
Is that so? All right then.
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly...
And what are you trying to say? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, you even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed. There are still so many things I never got. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes.
I'm sorry.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never... It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well my apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia...
I'm fine.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building?
And now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder...
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he
I really think I found a true genius for— Alright, let's go to Poisson.
Yeah! We're gonna make progress!
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you— Alright, then I'll wait for—
Time to go.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, my father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our tastes in exterior— A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula. Paimon was confused why a group was— But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle. You said before that you still had some business at the court.
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You still remember, right, Melus?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were—
Could you tell us a bit more about—
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial—
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as— And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety, while lacking energy to do anything. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse, and called for a complete ban—
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the—
Yes, but the enemy was recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become... The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work. After seeing that night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my...
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. Precisely. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells...
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's, our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has... Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise...
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And what was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he... Synth is still here. Callous the Unfaithful is still his epithet. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day. And sir, I want to find out the real answer for...
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, but what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had, and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina de Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die inside...
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want... I'm sure he'd be a...
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me? No. He might have set up everything precisely because... Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. Maloose, what was the key evidence?
It's the location where Synth is. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating but if you want to use it against...
Why? If we know where the place is, can't...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous There's no telling what might be lying in wait, but a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case, why not work with...
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just...
Huh. That's true, but things are different.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into...
I am the butler, after all. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping...
Thank you for all of that, Maloose.
Let me think. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, the first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size, and in the beginning they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against... It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina de Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically...
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along...
If you want to investigate them, please take...
Of course. And thank you, Maloose. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing... After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. If it might help, you could also pay...
Aw, thank you so much!
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together.
It is settled, then.
Thank you for arranging everything for...
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of...
You don't understand it.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full...
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment. But you... On the matter regarding my husband,
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad—
Well, things aren't always as they seem.
Yeah, Papa was a really—
Then you should hold on to that, regardless of whether he left—
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first—
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House?
Yeah, I've heard. With something—
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, after my partner here put the dots to— Can you do me a favor and try to—
Let me think. Mr. Cal— After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go. My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad— But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a—
So you also remember—
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third—
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with— The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques. Or a third—
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. So, I'll tell you everything once the whole—
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of no matter what others might say.
Don't worry. You and all our other comrades— Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings—
Oh, so—
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that?
I mean, where I work, Callis did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Rasula from the ground up, it would be next to impossible. Anyway.
Yes. What happened at the
I get it. If you want to go through the original...
That'd be much appreciated.
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is...
Then you think too highly of... If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my guard. Removing a serial number is also not it, so I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or...
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you... I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel.
Sure. I will let him know.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle. I just wanted to talk to you briefly.
Yes,
Oh, you were at the...
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own...
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation.
Uncle Marcel, you've...
Yes, I was reminded of your...
Exactly.
Oh, and what makes...
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also if not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callis sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, if anyone dares to lay...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About the confrérie was responsible. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot.
Oh, it's okay.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patron.
The wind knows me.
We've talked to all three...
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Anyway, even...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right!
According to Jacques' family members, He already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed it...
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the Primordial Sea.
Do you think he knew, even then?
Given everything that's happened since, it's... But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth? Thierry, you say? Huh, but...
Yeah. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Florent? But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with...
So you're saying he's too broke?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group, so... who could it be? You know, if you think everything through...
Could we be missing other suspects?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and... even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to...
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you that if the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot...
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When...
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that it's our hope that...
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't... Ah, you're right. Navia's probably...
It would appear that I must repeat my question again. Do you accept the charge that you are the true...
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name, in which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duel. I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got... Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbin.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerate, but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit and if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will—
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia.
That person— Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss... And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies. It all just happens. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just...
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating...
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was... in truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information. The testimony of the victim, however, unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility. This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned... A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as...
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? 1. Do you have the evidence to back up your claim?
I'm afraid not.
Boo! If you don't have...
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to... Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little...
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. Then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had...
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and deter, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge,
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callis was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callis never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callis. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of—
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Not much you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me any—
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to— In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navi will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh, so you—
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Illusion shot!
Game's up. Time's over. Quietly now. Take it easy.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. We need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. amazing! Now we can swim to the top! But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Busted! There is no escape! One with nature. Quietly now.
Let me read you a verse. Rain outlines your fate.
Shine down! Torn to oblivion!
Now the path is clear! Let's go!
Take it easy. Busted. Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal! Ha!
Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different... Huh? You mean the girls from the... And then they were... And all the boxes of things. These names. What's this over here? Looks like some kind of... Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Females... Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's... How can someone write something that terrible in such a... You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did it all. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. Ah, you mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim. But no, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would... In any case... Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain... Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's... over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep, this should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the old dog's a real menace. He can act whenever he... I concur. Let's send someone to... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. We've looked at almost everything Yeah, we haven't found anything that... No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able that way. Even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Lover's name? Then you found... Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all... The final name she decided... Marcel! Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for...
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named... Oh, so you...
I've merely...
I was waiting for you...
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my...
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of the...
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been
This information regarding your past also did well, Marcel. You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, but I'm not from this blasted place. So
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! Vignier, please, Vignier. Don't think badly of me.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that...
Traveler, please submit all the... The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover, Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president, Callus, at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that,
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well...
We have Navium! He's hurt so many innocent people. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely...
The day our late boss had always hoped for as...
Yeah. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now?
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can...
Oh, come on.
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right?
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no... The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of...
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept. Guards, please take the suspect.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Nouvelette, what's going on?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
I don't know what happened there either.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judge... Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had...
However, given the state of things, I I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of... If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the all shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that... The Fountain of Lucine? Then she... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees.
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well.
Your Honor,
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall...
Thank you! Thank you! Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So...
Vinier, it's me!
Vache?
I'm here! Hey,
wait!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say?
You look a lot older.
It's been more than 20 years. All this time. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the... Vignere, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without...
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you. If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignere. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignere. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignere.
Why? But that...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Vignere!
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignere. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days.
Oh, now that I believe. It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many...
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after... well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there. And there was...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah. Way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, she was trying to lean on our friendship to...
Oh yeah, she told us about that.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys and... Oh, and in other news...
Oh, are you two on better...
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, it was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to...
Oh, that's great! Paimon also thought Clarend wasn't actually a bad person.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave, and tell him the truth of what happened. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him. To this... that...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too!
Sure thing.
And in that case, everyone,
Yeah, you're right. This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there? Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked.
Don't.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize.
In that case...
You really could use some pointers on in any case.
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your heart.
So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but...
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of...
Didn't I just say you don't...
So Navia and Nervalette... Let's not disturb them for now. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave? Huh? Oh no. Paimon hopes... Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around?
Oh, it's you two. Did...
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see.
Um,
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine.
So, at court, the bad guys were—
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea.
Huh. So it really was where—
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case.
Huh. So that's how it is.
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. Is there anything else you... My apologies. However, I still believe the judgment of the orator. For many years, I have been quite aware that the oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice, not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnity, which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this. I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve in any case, I am inclined to based on Furina's, while we do intend to get, if we did incorrect...
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation—
Is there anything else? Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the op. Is there anything else? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Furina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And—
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Furina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Furina by her—
But with Furina being the way she is—
Is there anything else? Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy most—
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice—
All right. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped. You know, we've been walking around for a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base in the court of Fontaine and have a rest? A place ready for us there, didn't she? Come Come on, let's go!
Quietly now. Into the wind.
This scenery is wonderful. Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
The wind knows me.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.